Yeah. Alright, well, let's get cranking. Either chill after this game today if we finish in time, or we'll start something small, but for all I know, the end of this game is actually pretty long, so I have no idea. Hopefully I don't need to grind at all.
Hey, Hikari, you hear that? What a pleasant sound. I could listen to it all day.
That's a lute, an instrument well loved in Ku.
That song was beautiful.
It's been too long since I've heard the melodies of a lute in the air.
Far and wide, people speak of me in awe. Today, tomorrow, and the day after that. They call me Yomi of 1,000 tones.
Oh, that's great.
Wow, what a name.
I've traveled to every corner of this world, taking in my fill of its music along the way.
Have you the whole world?
I have a song for every occasion.
You've piqued my interest. Let's have one then.
Gladly, provided you have the coin. My 1,000 tones were mastered at great effort, after all.
You have money, right, Hikari?
I have to pay this cocky bitch, dude? Come on, pay her.
Will this... Is this enough, Lady Yomi?
Of course, this shall buy you a song. One that will fit you as well as your finest kimono. I require time
These
to make
motherfuckers
ready.
talk so slow, man.
Return to me tomorrow eve, and you shall have what you paid for.
Ah, behind every great show is hours of preparation.
Just so. Now gird your hearts, for tomorrow they shall be moved as they never have been before. Welcome, welcome! My audience of 2 has arrived. Now, listen well and be carried away by my 1,000 tones.
Something seems different about her, doesn't it?
Yes. It appears she's already spent our payment on those fine clothes.
Alas, I must apologize, for I cannot carry you away just yet. I've come into a spot of trouble, you see.
You have?
Look here. The string of my lute has frayed. Without replacements, I fear...
That our song will have to wait?
Indeed. It is tantamount to asking a soldier to charge into battle with a broken sword.
Okay.
Oh, we wouldn't want that happening.
If I recall, lute strings are made from the hair of a horse's tail, yes?
Indeed, there is but one man nearby with the means to help, but he is not one to offer his aid lightly. He'll have no truck with the...
Reminds me of
Alright,
Papa.
that's enough of the
Then
VA.
maybe you can help him see reason.
This story's pretty
Count on
fucking
you.
weak so far.
You don't need to ask.
I'm just fucking
I'll
around
see
doing
what I can
chores
do.
for some greedy lute player. Yeah, barely interacting.
Will this work, Yomi?
Oh, I believe it will. I see you. With this. However, pray come again tomorrow.
Somehow I'm not surprised.
The wait will make the music sound all the sweeter.
If you insist.
Is very generous with the benefit of the doubt. I'm with the Kari, man. This shit's stupid.
There she is.
Oh, welcome.
We were looking for you.
My sincerest apology. However, I had no choice.
You're right.
I wanted its dulcet rays to alight upon my lute as I played your song. Tonight, I perform upon a stage like... All thanks to you, my...
I hope this is worth the trouble.
It will be, I assure you. Now, listen.
I don't think any song's worth 2 days of fucking doing chores for someone, man. At least not a song you're only gonna hear once, man. Yep, we need the man himself. And she's singing about whatever the finale's gonna be.
I've never heard such a song before. I was moved. I feel so...
By the light of the heart, a favorite of mine. The clothes, the strings, the moon, they must be just so. It is the only way to perform this song correctly.
Yomi.
I've heard it before. I had a friend who would often play the lute for me. She always struck warm tones to match the warmth in her heart.
Was?
But you played the song much differently than she did. You painted it with melancholy.
Well then, our business is concluded. I shall take my leave.
Okay. Rude. Alright. Chapter 2, just like that. Then that's what I assume we will unlock the finale. Did that count as a side quest? It did not. Got 2 more side quests in the game to find, I think. Might try to find those too.
Look! They're beautiful. What are these, Hikari? Their light is so soothing.
They're paper lanterns, made to resemble the human soul. The people of the castle town began decorating the streets with them.
I see.
Indeed.
How wonderful.
Lord Hikari!
Benway.
What is it, Benkei?
Benkei. I'm mixing up the Uda.
Merely an idle suggestion, but might we hold a festival to commemorate our victory? Since time immemorial, we should do the same. So the... But why, Your Majesty?
Our friends' wounds are still fresh, their bodies and minds still raw. We all lost much in the war. There is no cause for celebration.
You have a kind heart, Hikari. But you shouldn't be so dour all the time. Seeing you happy will make others happy in turn. How about you try this? Hold a festival to pray for the happiness of those you've lost.
And in that way, we mourn our friends.
Just change the name.
A ritual of remembrance. I like it.
A splendid idea. I'll begin preparations right away.
It'll be just like the other one. But we'll just change the name to Mourning Festival, not Happy Wind Festival.
Lady Agnia, would you dance during the celebration?
Me? It would be an honor.
Well then, we have all we need.
Not quite, Benkei. A ritual
Ah, but of course, Your Majesty. I suppose I got ahead of myself.
I'll help too. After all, a little hard work never scared me.
Ah, good, good. Wine to use as an offering.
You can count on it.
Oh. Give me your shit. I'm gonna be level 35 to take that. Wonder if they let you take any of this with someone else. We just barely made it with her too. She's 36. Here you go, Benkei.
Are these what you were looking for, Benkei?
Yes, yes, perfect. Now we've all we need to begin the ritual. And with your lovely steps to add color to the procession, I reckon this will be one for the ages.
Patience, Benkei. If Agnia is to dance, we'll need music, yes?
Ah, but of course, I suppose I got carried away once again.
We can't entrust such an important occasion to just any bard. Do you have anyone in mind?
Now that you mention it, a rumor has been spreading among the people. They speak of the dulcet tones of a lute drifting from the tranquil grotto.
A lute?
There you go.
Then we know where to go.
Nice. How's Nikkei been doing anyways? It's still pretty active. Yeah. Oh, that's good.
Time to clean up the filth.
Pretty much impossible to break in and become like a massive gotcha these days.
What? Well, well. Who's next? I take what I want.
Right.
Meantime. Well, well. Easy. All tidied up.
Will this...
Come and get me.
Here I come.
Well, then.
My turn. Well, well. Who's next? I take what I want.
The ground is treacherous here. Watch your step.
Thank you.
Are you okay, Agnia?
Sorry. I'm so clumsy
How would a
sometimes.
dancer be clumsy on her feet, man?
And yet you move forward. Such is your nature. If you should stumble again...
I will. Hmm? What is this?
The beginning of coup. Or so they say.
The beginning. Hikari, that sound, it's...
I know.
Let the show begin!
Very
The battle music.
clean time. Well, well. Easy. All tidied up. what to do. Well, well. Who's next? And so it goes.
May I have this dance?
My turn.
It has been in touch.
Yomi!
I had a feeling it was your loot the town.
Oh,
Why are you playing?
I was waiting for you, Lord Hikari. And remembering my dear sister. Often, we would take refuge in these very caves. A battered thing we found on the road. Nonetheless, for lowborn like us. One night, we overheard our parents speaking. Why were we burdened with twins? We can't raise them both. We have to leave one in the mountains. My hand was trembling in fear,
Nice if this was more about
but my sister wrapped hers around it.
Hikari and Agnea. I mean, obviously, them having some kind of common goal focused on something else is like kind of action they can do to give you something of, you know, where they interact and do stuff, but it's almost too focused on this Yomi. Hikari and
So she
Agnea
held me
barely do anything
until
together.
sleep came. When I awoke, she was gone. She had left our home so that I could stay. I was all alone, and despite how poor we were, I managed to make it to adulthood. Day after day, to my surprise, during my travels, she served as an attendant to the royal family of Ku.
I know her name. It was
Just so. She was taken by the very clan she served.
Hikari.
I know it is ridiculous. But what else is there for me?
Okay.
No matter how often Lord would the sight of your blood wash my suffering away?
It's as you said. Clan Ku took everything from you. And I will bear that burden, Lady Yomi.
This Yomi person
If
sucks,
there is
dude.
anything I can do to ease your pain,
Pointlessly vengeful. I'm gonna challenge her. I hope she's not hard. Looks like she's hard.
raise your...
Pointlessly vengeful.
On your guard.
Way too full of herself. Wasting our time. The story's too focused on her.
You're in for it now. You've been exposed. I've got
Try this.
It's not too
Prepare
bad.
yourself. Allow me. My turn. I won't be afraid.
The light's
Keep
radiance.
my friends safe. How's this? Here I come. My tyrant, I'll end this. Prepare yourself. You're in for it now. Now it begins. You're in for it now. Now! My turn. I fight for my friend. My spear does not err.
Okay,
I
it's
still
not
have
that
much
bad,
to
thank
learn.
God. I think they make sure to like tune her to not be too fucking bad. Although if he wasn't this level, he'd be probably rough.
Lord Hikari, you are strong. I have no doubt that my sister was
No shit.
Itsuki. I couldn't do anything for you in return.
She would be happy to see that you still live.
Yomi,
Together?
There will be a ritual to honor the departed, to mourn their passing. Will you lend us your lute to send off your sister and the countless others?
Lord Hikari.
Yeah, like a story focused on somebody else to like get Agne and Hikari to do stuff together is fine. But I feel like it's not enough Agne and Hikari and a little too much of this rando. I want to be able to see her with the fucking rail, man. Alright, let that rack it up.
You've gotten much better, Yomi.
Thanks to you.
No, Yomi, no. Just as Lord Hikari will guide.
You have much faith. What can I do? I would repay the favor.
Just play your lute. Hearing it, so please.
Okay. This is the... Is it? I got this shit on fast forward, man. It's still fucking taking forever. I don't think the whole story with her and the lute thing. I mean, the song's fine, but I don't think it's quite so emotional as they're trying to make it be. That's a shame. I really wanted to see Agnea. Oh, and it didn't even. I didn't even have like a. I really wanted to see, Agnea and Hikari like do a little something together. Right? I mean, they pretty much just talk to each other in the most basic way they could. It was completely focused on this like brand new character. No.
I have.
Excellent work, Lady Mika. You've been a boon to us all.
Master Benkei.
Even so, we all have our
Yeah, it's not even the tone there. It's the just the focus. It's just bad. Like, who cares about this fucking rando loot player who's kind of starts out like bitch mode,
this burden for a while.
ends up wanting to beat up Hikari.
Thank you, but I'm fine.
Like, that's one of the few chapters you get Hikari and, you know, you get two people interacting together and they just don't really.
Really, there's nothing to worry about. Please.
At least in Oswald's they like attempted to.
Well, well, there you are. As you can see, our nation has come together to rebuild. By the efforts of all, our work is proceeding apace. That being said, I worry about poor Mika. The sand lays thick on her skin, and she scarcely rests from more. And the look on her face, it does not. Although only a small gesture, I would present her. However, every weaver.
Leaflands. I think that same tailor again. Oh, no way. He was a gardener. The tailor would be,
Thank you.
Papa, what are you doing? You can't be so sour-faced all the time.
It doesn't matter. Our patrons don't come to talk. A tailor sews in silence. Her garments speak for us.
That's
a load of crock. Work should be done with a smile. Doesn't matter what it is. Or do you want your customers fleeing in terror? Ah, welcome,
Almost just drops and stares fucking like a robot across the room.
Oh?
It's
She
goofy
works
that they
until
don't
her
have any
clothes are
dialogue.
threadbare?
Wait here.
I'm helping too, Papa. And we're finished. A new kimono, just for Mika.
She can bring any garments here and I'll fix them, no matter how frayed. But tell her that our bodies aren't easily fixed. She must take care of herself.
I'll bring it to her right away. Our work doesn't end until the customer has their product.
You're gonna make that journey?
Besides, it'll give me a chance to meet this Mika.
It's kinda, you know.
Where can we find her? Mind showing me the way?
Thinking is not what I do, Tevin.
Right.
Oh, extra story. Not where the finale is. A random place. Or maybe it's where the last side quest is. We do have one more, I think.
Your delivery is here. Are you Mika?
Huh? Yes, I am.
Your clothes really are being held together by a thread. We made this specially for you. Please wear it in good health.
I can't. Such a lovely kimono.
Oh, look at this. Lady Mika, at least try it on. Surely it was no simple matter to have this sewn.
Yes, yes, go on. There's no need to be shy.
Just strip down right now.
Thank you, everyone.
This is more than I could have imagined.
You must be hungry after traveling so far. It's not much of a payment, but I can make rice balls for you.
Yeah, throw some fucking meat in those.
Rice balls? This is delicious. How've I lived so long without these? I could eat dozens.
They're rice balls, Jesus Christ.
Please have as many as you want.
Your cooking could give even Agnes a run for its money. If I were looking for a wife, I'd want her to be just like you.
A wife? It's
You're
been a
my
long
wife now. Meanwhile, Tevin just...
I used to have a brother, but he died in the war.
Yeah, because he was a fucking
I
asshole.
owe everything to him. This house, this comfortable
This
life.
house. They torched this house.
He gave so much to me.
Your brother torched your own
I
house.
never had a chance to repay him. I thought if I couldn't do that, I'd repay my debt some other way. So I helped rebuild. But it seems all I've done is cause others to worry.
Me.
sorry. I've kept this bottled up for so long.
You shouldn't keep your troubles to yourself. Others are more than willing to share them.
Share? Do you have troubles too, Paula?
No.
Of course. When my sister left on her journey, it was me who had to do all the cooking.
Yeah, this chick's like, my brother's dead in the war. I try to help the refugees every day. This is all I have left. Well, golly gee, I had to do the cooking.
But I only knew how to make one thing. For 3 days and nights, all Papa and I ate was raspberry pie.
Best.
Those were tough times. Even my dreams were full of raspberries.
That must have been hard for you. If you need to share your troubles with someone, then I'll gladly
Meaning
listen.
she has no troubles.
You asked for it. I've got enough stories to fill a book.
That's strange. You haven't... I woke up and they were gone. I can't find them any... I can't believe...
The bandit somehow just stole her shit.
I'll take.
Oh, why?
Oh, you found... You must let me do something to thank you.
Oh, they're for her.
I slept in. I should get back home soon. Papa's probably getting lonely.
Paula, please, take this.
Huh? What is it?
It's a reunion earring. If we both wear one, that means we're certain to meet again. See? I have one too. My brother gave them to me when I was little, and I've always treasured them. He told me to save them for someone special.
Oh.
Are you sure? You don't want to save them for someone more special?
I'm sure. If I can share my troubles with you, I can share this too. My brother always said, keep your head up. You deserve to watch the heavens. But I didn't even realize that I had been looking down for so long that I lost sight of the people who were looking after me. It was thanks to you that I
Temenos,
remembered to
Mom.
keep my head held high.
This fucking...
Thank you, Mika. Let's both keep our heads up. You're not alone. You should come visit sometime. As my wife, if you like.
Oh, Paula.
Yeah. You and two chicks are fucking going at it. And I had to do all the work to get him here. The absolute third wheel.
Well then, I should be off. Till we meet again, Mika.
Of course. I can't wait.
Were you nodding at Temenos? You weren't even there. Oh. There's the crit. Don't miss, so that's crit. Eerie overtone. Undertones there. I feel like the side quests are sometimes better written than the main game. They pick some side characters, flesh out some shit from the main story, go through a little arc, and it's over in like 10 minutes, man. Much more focused times. Alright, well, we got a Toto Haha quest. That's it. Where is it?
Let's play. Cleaning time. Ah, well, well. What's next? I take what I want. Where is the quest? I'll have to look up where this one is. I don't really want to be like running around forever.
Will. Interest. Waiting for it to be like on the plaque or whatever in that one place, but I already went in there to check. I just didn't go all the way to the end. Look it up. Apparently there's a quest here.
Sundering Sea? That's not Totohaha. Also, I feel like that's for the super boss. I could be wrong though. It just seems like that kind of place, man.
I will be your opponent. This fucking do.
How dare you?
It's open. This just looks like the Octopath 1 area, man. They just have every boss lined up. I assume this is the super boss area, though. L. Dead. Divide the party. I don't give a fuck, dude.
I'll accept only victory.
That's cool music. Galdera.
It's my turn now.
Wailing Soul. Oh, the music's cool. We're not gonna beat this guy. No, I'm obviously not even serious about this attempt. I just want to hear the music. Is it the same music as the first game? It's a cool looking fight. I think it's multi-phase like that one. Wait for him to one-shot us.
It can't end.
What to do? Well, well. Open book. No.
Rone.
I have the power of swords.
It's over. Oh dear. Atone for your sins.
Flames burn bright. Damn! How could I?
My friends, I've failed
Be
you.
friends. There's not even like a build up to this. You just fight him. There's like no ceremony to it at all. He's just there. I'm guessing it's not exactly the same art, but it's pretty close. I'll end up watching that. I'm gonna put in the time. Yeah, good thing I didn't buy that one. Yeah. I just broke into his home and I guess I can't expect some ceremony when I'm breaking into somebody's home. Well, let's hope the actual finale. A little juicier. This menu is so shit. Hey, here's a random thing that's got 60, and then you scroll down and there's one with 120, and then you scroll down some more and there's one that's totally different. Like the 100 elemental attack just randomly down here. With the bodyguard's advantage. Don't we have like a higher physical attack one somewhere? Oh, this is such a bad menu. It's the same menu from the first game too, man. I'm pretty sure I complained about the exact same thing in the first game. Like, man, this accessory menu is fucking horrible. Let me like... just organize it by like the kind of stat I want to check. Oh my god. Give somebody else the eye, really. Physical belt. I'll do that. I feel like I'm gonna have to use all 8 people for the final normal fight, but I'm hoping I could just get away with like putting Throne on one team and my other 3 80s on the other and just get away with that, but I might have to grind it out. Let's get them set up. Wouldn't be that hard to do a little grinding. I have the Elrond 100 times XP strategy, I guess, but well, I guess we're not doing all the side quests because I'd have to beat the super boss. Nice of them to throw that little tidbit on there, right? Oh, you want to do the last side quest? Oh, beat the fucking super boss. It's like, alright, well. Oh, thanks, pal. Alright, time for the big moment. What I want him to be. I'll be one conjurer. Take me for a conjurer of cheap tricks. 7 weeks. Do I have any equip effect? Ice attacks. There you go. So will this game have like a pretty cool like interlinked ending? Find out. No. Well, in a few minutes. One of the big complaints of the first game. I mean, it's cool that they have, like, they brought the super boss of the first game back, but it is a little, like, it's just the super boss of the first game in, like, the same area. Although I'm curious what the lore is there, because I don't think this place was in that, where it is in the first game, so. Maybe it's, like, different worlds or whatever is the different games. But who knows. I'll watch somebody beat him. I'm not gonna grind.
Right.
Yep. The journey for the dawn draws near to see. The actions you take will be limited for a while. Any times you wish to experience your best for the journey for the dawn, the show you still see your products after this point, saving a different slot is recommended. Let's do it, dude. 2 characters on the same screen, what the fuck?
Fire won't catch.
I don't believe it.
Well, let's give it another go, Agnew. Every failure brings us one step closer to success, eh?
Right. We just have to keep trying.
4 of the same character.
Brought firewood, you two.
I hope this is actually like a decent length. We get some actual time with them hanging out.
Thank you so much,
It's not
Cassie.
just lip service. We'll see though.
Be careful. A fire's not worth getting wounded over.
If it's flames you want, I can do it.
Oh god.
Not so fast, partner. How else are we gonna work up a sweat?
If you insist on being so inefficient.
We're back. We didn't find any beasts lurking about.
Temenos not talking.
But we did find this water. Goodness, physical labor has never really agreed with me.
There's nothing like a good meal after a hard day's work, Temenos.
Speaking of which, I wonder how the hunters are faring.
Heave! Heave! Ta-da! It's not a feast without a main course.
A feast? This is enough meat for a butcher shop.
I didn't think hunting would be so much fun.
You've got the stuff that great hunters are made of, Throne.
Ochette would know.
Oh, are you retiring from the cleaning business, Throne?
Quiet detective.
Playing with the owl.
Well then, I believe that's most everything.
More emotion
All
than
that
I've seen from her
remains
in her entire story.
Everyone's counting on us to light up their evening. It's time to get serious, Particio.
Right you are, Agnia.
Come on, Fire. You can do it.
Jesus
We'll
Christ.
show this pile of sticks who's boss.
I thought they wouldn't be able to do it.
There we go.
This will be a night to remember.
I think you might be right.
Now we
This
feast.
will be a night to remember.
This is nice. Truth be told, this isn't where I imagined my journey would take me.
I know what you mean.
As do I.
I didn't think I'd abandon my daughter.
That's what makes journeys worth taking.
Akari abandoned his kingdom to come
Never
eat
know where
meat.
you'll end up.
Best, that's all.
Oh, what's wrong? Are you cold?
Doubtless someone in Ku is gossiping about you at this very moment.
Perhaps they miss me as much as I miss them. My friends back home. I've learned much in our travels, and I hope I can use it to help my friends and nation.
I know you will, Hikari. And everyone's lives will be brighter for it.
Thank you.
Even after this journey ends, I'm going to keep on dancing around the world until I can dance no more.
Mind if I tag along? With Particio and Rock backing us, we can hop on a steam locomotive and bring smiles to every corner of the world.
Well, that's
That sounds
efficiency.
amazing.
We'll strap you to the front of the train.
One of those, you
You
could
can
save your
dance.
feet for the important part, dancing.
Those were-
And I could extend a helping
Kinda
hand to
Mad
places
Max
I've
shit.
never even dreamt of.
Will you keep on with Air's apothecaries, Casti?
I want to resume my search for like-minded allies.
Now that's a dream I can get behind.
Yeah, me too.
You're just gonna stay on the island, though.
I'm afraid there's one problem with this planet of yours. If you consider how many people there are in this world, then
There's no room for logic in the realm of dreams, Professor.
noted.
Oswald's just the killjoy.
What'll you do, Oswald?
Study.
I have some unfinished business to conclude. There are many answers that have yet to be found.
Is that so?
Shadow Man.
It's writ plain on your face. You're worried about your daughter.
There's one answer found.
Where's the Shadow Man?
Have you found yours?
Almost. It's like a piece of meat stuck in between my teeth.
Ugh, I know what you mean. I hate that.
So, something's still troubling you, in other words?
Precisely.
It's the Shadow.
So, your days as a detective aren't over yet then.
Where is he?
Well, I'm here if you need an assistant. Assuming you can afford me, that is.
My goodness. You're awfully greedy for an assistant. Even if I said yes, I'm sure you have your own path in mind.
I do. I want to go somewhere far away. To a place that isn't on any map. A place no one knows about.
Well, we were just at one.
A place none have laid eyes upon.
There's a giant fucking demonic god
You all
there.
have such big hopes and dreams.
Maybe you should try just going to Walmart.
I just want to feast every day. And to keep the people of Totohaha safe, of course. Should I be aiming higher?
Ah, seems like you've got some meat stuck in your teeth.
Don't worry, Ochet. That's a fine dream.
I suppose it is.
Look! A shooting star!
That's no star. That's a meteor full of evil.
I wonder what tomorrow will bring.
A dream.
I had an odd dream. There was a dark place, somewhere completely unfamiliar.
And a dark fire was blazing.
I saw the same thing.
Wait, are you yanking my chain? I saw it too.
We all had the same dream. Could it be a coincidence?
Yeah.
I very much doubt that.
Come on.
I
dreaming.
feel as if I've seen that place somewhere before.
I slept like a baby full of milk, though. Huh. Is it still night?
Slept like a baby full of milk. Base partition, man.
Strange. Dawn should be upon us soon.
We should patrol the area.
I can barely see a thing.
This has been nice so far.
The stars. They're all gone. And the sky is pitch black.
Something is amiss. This is no natural nightfall.
Oh, Chet?
I felt this. It's just like before. On your guard, everyone!
Something's coming, and it isn't friendly.
It's here.
I ask, you answer. Simple.
Here we go!
Creatures of the night.
Come on, then!
My turn. Well, well. Easy.
Hope the other four don't have to fight right now. They ain't gonna survive.
What was that?
Casty and I have seen beasts like
It'd
that
be
before.
awesome if the party members all leveled up together.
At the time, we had no idea what they were.
Instead of being pointlessly
nature.
grindy. I really think that they should have a system where you could just swap people in whenever you want, even in fights. And then you could have a lot more depth to the identity of each person. You could use them all a lot more. Like, I just don't use half of the game's party members hardly, right? Or even, like, equip them hardly. Because I'd have to grind
I've seen them too.
for hours.
The black aura resembles the one true magic wielded by Harvey. He called it the Shadow.
A shadow.
What is it?
I cannot say for certain. Not now,
I hope this is like a whole little journey we do.
Mysterious monsters.
Instead
Just
of
what we need.
straight to the source.
We know next to nothing of this phenomenon. Not even the extent of its reach.
Does this shroud cover only this forest? Or is it much larger?
Nothing for it but to check for ourselves.
On that, I agree.
Well, we need to do something.
Unfortunately, we lack the information to know just what that something is. It seems this journey has not yet reached its end. Let's get on with it, shall we? The truth lies in the flame.
Only the whole game is like that. Eternal night descends when the world is this I'm shown on the radar. Search for clues and find your heading. Kino? Nice. Good. It's improving. Walk astride your fellow travelers on an epic journey. What? You can just trade them all out right now? Why is this not in the game normally? Why is this only a fucking 90 hours in feature, dude? They're like, oh yeah, you can just do it. For some reason at the very end of the fucking game. Yeah, now they're gonna tell me they get XP too for no reason. Can we fast travel? Okay, you can. I like that they don't tell you where to go, we just gotta figure it out. As long as they make that fun, that'll be cool. Well, first thing I want to go is the town north of here. I equip them too. Yeah. What I wanted to do on the side, man. I need to be a merchant. Guess we could for fun. I don't really care what they do that much. I put more thought into it. We're more serious about it all, but sucks when they optimize and it's something stupid, like guaranteed you take a crit when you get hit. And it's like, okay, that's awesome. That's what I want. That's exactly what I want. Let's just leave the accessories on top. Oh. Other places in the shadow. They mark them on the map. Sun Ruin. Level 51 area. I'm gonna grab our good friend real quick. Oh wait, I can't. I can't do daytime. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, Elrond's not even here. Maybe he's gonna be part of a story. Well, let's go to the Fell Sunra and see if that does the job. I like the idea here. I like that they're like, yeah, there's no waypoints really. I mean, they still show you on the map where you kind of need to go. Find clues. I like a little bit of dialogue where they're all chit-chatting and stuff. Just depends on the length of this and
Ready to be prey?
how much of story there is and how much of it's just them redoing dungeons and that's it. See ya.
Cleaning time. Well, well. Who's next? All tidied up.
That'll do for now. Oh, actually, do we need to worry about rare monster? Oh, I took it out. Okay. Why do they not have BP regeneration? Oh, that's right, you have to actually earn that one, never mind. The other two just get fully filled.
The hunt is on.
Which is nice, you can get some basic
Ready?
powers.
well. Easy. I take what I want.
Quiet music so you get even louder voice lines. The Scrivener and the Eagle. That what we're after? Do I need to go deeper into this dungeon? When's Crick gonna be evil too? The fundraising in Mount Wise.
Come and get me.
Where was I? Blaze on, oh six. That's that.
Cleaning. All tidied up. Bridget Isle. If we're gonna go back. Back to prison. God damn, there's a lot of. Oh, the demon sword. Mr. Eagle probably took the demon sword, I'd imagine.
Why did she dump her entire journal here? Jesus. Got the entire plot, the machinations of the entire plot line here. The Scrivener lady, the journalist. Yeah, I mean that's the problem with it. Like it's neat for sure, but yeah, not a lot of that's really happening in the main story, and then it's just like a huge text dump here. I mean, we'll see as we go, but it doesn't mean like then 80 hours before this are magically like God writing or anything either, just because there's like a text ball or something. Believe it or not, things can be good and then they could be better after. Not shit and then okay or something. Like you can't just have one or the other. Jesus, this is quite a bit. Trousseau is just happened to be out gathering herbs and then ended up in the area after the gondola and met fucking Impregnation Man. Claude. Of course, evil lady. The magic of darkest. getting swayed here. The descendant of Darkest. He sucked on the blood of Vita. Okay. Yeah, I wish this stuff was kind of woven into the story, or you discovered it with actual action, or interesting plot bits. Like, imagine you slowly discover some of this as you're, like, running around figuring this out, right? Like, even right now we could be doing it. It's all on just, like, a raw text block, and the hints were barely there. I mean, there's clearly things going on, but the connections were... There was V-Day and Shadow Man and stuff, but not really a whole lot else to grab onto. The only thing with the eagle is that, like Hikari at one point says, it's like we're just a piece in his game or whatever, and that makes him seem a little sus. But I don't remember who Arcanet is. The Dark Hunter. The Guardian of the First Flame.
Let's
The
play.
Dark One.
My turn. Well, well. Who's next? And so it goes.
Oh, it's 10,000 fucking degrees in helmet, man. I like my main plot line, or my overarching plot line, and character development to be in plain text, logs, on a piece of fucking fake paper. Can they just have this be like instead of a scroll, like you just flip pages? Looks kind of goofy that it's like a piece of paper, but like you just scroll down it. Yeah, here's an essay on what really happened in the story. If you don't read this, you're not gonna know what happened. It's like, sure, maybe it's interesting, but goddamn. The vehicle could be a little more, a little better, right? It's the most basic. Like, weak way to probably do the storytelling. Go back in a dungeon you've already been, read 50 logs that show you the conspiracies and machinations of a few characters in the background. That are almost not even hinted at all in the actual stories. Am I supposed to do something here? Okay, I was like, I was gonna look for the mirror, but they just point straight to it. The trader and the scholar.
Now what have we got here?
Well, at least we're getting some actual stuff. I mean, there's no way they expect everybody to actually read all those. Most people hate reading things, especially. Oh yeah. In that plain of a format.
A sacred flame? Here of all places? Have I stumbled upon a scoop once again? Why, I believe I have.
Couldn't they pick somebody less annoying to be one of the evil people? Her VA just yells shit, dude.
I'm glad that's done. There's no need to keep up this cloying facade. To wear the mask of a chipper, unflappable scrivener. No. Now I bring an end to this dark, wretched world. To liberate its people from their pain, their suffering, and their hatred.
Yeah, another one of these
Just like
people.
I swore to you, brother. Together, we will usher in the night. I kept a close eye on the travelers, all while my allies and I worked behind the scenes.
Thank you for telling.
Until at last, I found the book I sought. The Dark Blood Grimoire. With it, I will smother the sacred flames, that they will never again light the way for the dawn. I offer this gift of blood. May the flames turn cold and dark. Mortals. Gods. Who was it that drew the line between them? The blessed? The accursed? Us? Them?
Okay.
Berticio. Would that we had never met. I'm sorry.
Back. Okay, why is this in the banter? And how does Oswald even know all this? Oh yes, actually she's alive. She was found alive and well. In the banter. She changed her mind. Why can't they just be voiced and talking to each other right there in front of the thing? Like, seriously. You have to have them both in your party to do this anyway. Like, just have this be like a scene. And it is a little goofy that, you know, he just knows she's fine, but still.
I suggest you get out of my way.
What to... Well, well. Easy. All tidied up.
What would it be in the other areas? What if it was just journals in every area?
Cleaning time.
And that was the finale, and then you just go back to the
Next.
prison or something.
I take what I want.
Or to the bottom right of the map. That's it. You just win. That'd be something.
I suggest you get out of my way.
Let's go! Huh? Come on, then!
My turn. Well, well. Easy. And so it goes.
I suggest you get out of my way.
It'd make more sense the journalist would be like writing a bunch
Ready?
of shit. But
Well, well.
just for the sake of repetition and shit, you wouldn't want
I
them
take
to all
what
be
I
that way.
want.
We'll find out.
Time to clean up the filth.
So sorry.
My turn. Well, well.
Let's go. Huh? Come on then. Now let's grab some food.
Yeah, let's grab some food. Oops.
Hunt or be hunted.
What to do? Well, well. What's next? All tidied up.
Let the experiment begin.
Let's go. Ha!
Cleaning. Well, well. Too easy. And so it goes.
God, you can swap on the fly here.
It was hope that drove me to live, to survive. Drove me away from death's clutches, to guide others along the same path. But hope was a mistake.
Oh, yes.
There is nothing worth living for, nothing in this cruel, unsightly world. There is no dawn worth waiting for. What would you give to see the morrow, Lord Ageha?
Kazan. Why did you betray us? You lifted up Lord Mugen to the throne, then you tore him down from it.
An eagle must hide his talons. It was the only way to catch my true quarry. The Dark Blood Blade. The sacred treasure of Clan Ku. Not an easy thing to steal. Not so long as Mugen stood in my way. So I cut him down with Hikari's sword.
You? What are you?
For years I have hidden my intentions from Ku. My very name.
I am the Dark
But
Man.
now you shall know it. Oboro. All I did to prevent the tide of darkness that waits on the morrow from reaching
We
us.
saw Boro's journal
Within
in the castle.
this blade slumbers the power of the shadow. The power to quench the flames. However, such a feat cannot be accomplished without a sacrifice. The accursed blood of Darkest. If not for its taint, we may have seen a desert free from the stain of crimson. And now, I end this. Hikari. Goodbye, old friend. This world's end calls to me. Soon, you shall have the world you envisioned. A world without bloodshed.
Because they'll all be dead.
Shall bring peace.
Jesus. I never really understood this kind of like bad guy motivation. Oh yes, true peace is when everybody's dead. I'm like, true peace is peace so that you can live. Like, it's the whole fucking idea. It doesn't even like make sense. It's just some goofy shit to like create people that think mass genocide's like a good thing. Like, you literally only care about peace so that you can live in it. It doesn't even make sense. Like, they're just crazy. I get it, whatever, man. But fine having one mustache twirling bad guy say that shit, but it being the driving force of all the bad guys is kind of goofy to me. All these fucking big moments are happening in banters you have to optionally listen to. Man, how do they just fuck up? There's gonna be a voice scene. It's like, what, did the money dry up after the fucking the camp? Everybody's talking. That was a nice bit. I like that. So that could be a flame church.
It's quiet. Too quiet.
A thing.
But this smell, it's the scent of humans. They're frightened, hiding.
Someone's coming.
Mint.
My real name
Is that you, Temenos?
is not Mint.
Out for a stroll in a place like this?
It's a stats or some shit.
You always did have the habit of sticking your nose in places it doesn't belong.
A friend of yours, Temenos?
In a manner of speaking, but something's odd.
You failed to see what was in front of you. The shadow is ever by thy side.
Maniacal laugh.
Just what are you? This is an inquisition. Refuse to answer and...
Attempting to conquer others with threats of violence will always fail. Those who are subdued by strength cannot help but rebel. To conquer them, truly conquer them, you must subjugate their hearts and minds.
hearken to the shadows in their hearts.
What are you talking about?
What was with the pause there?
People are desperate for a place to belong. Give it to them, and they cannot bear to live anywhere else. And then, their hearts and minds are yours.
Their hearts and minds?
Humans are foolish by their very nature. Centuries pass, and yet they remain the same.
Bold words for someone so young.
Surrender yourself not unto
At
silent
least this isn't like
dusk,
an actual voiced scene.
for the light shall fade. And soon, night shall fall.
Might still be in like a super generic
Teachings of the
darkness
Moonshade Order.
bullshit kind of plot line.
No, it can't be.
Since you are so dogged in your search for the truth, allow me to help you. My true name is Arcanet, and I am the leader of the Moonshade Order. The same order that slaughtered the Call. All so that I could steal the flame.
That's impossible. The massacre of the Call was decades ago, and the Moonshade Order's origins are older still.
It's not impossible. There are old souls out there that hide behind youthful faces.
Thanks to Caldina's efforts, the Book of Night is now in my possession. That girl was so eager to be a puppet. She didn't realize the strings were held by her sworn enemy.
All of a sudden, Caldina's a great character.
He was going to tell me,
I don't get
but
that
his
sentiment.
life was cut short.
Yeah, like,
Hoped you would be more
like wow, those 5 hours we spent with
done.
her were all of a sudden not boring now.
Such has ever been your nature. Your face always
What
a
the
classic
fuck?
mask.
It doesn't even.
But I suppose it matters not. This world's end draws
Shockingly,
nigh.
they could both be just made good. Man, that's crazy thought.
That staff.
Once, long ago, night was invited into the world. But a loathsome fume drove it away. Those events will not repeat themselves again.
You stole the futures of untold innocence.
Did I? Then you should thank me. This world is cruel, monstrous, with not a single mote of joy to be found amongst the misery. Don't you see?
Yeah, they're really helping with that.
Roy, Pontiff Jorg. Yes, and even Crick. They knew. They knew the beauty of a dawn that would never come.
Quiet. I won't allow you to sully their names with such blasphemy. You will answer for your sins, Arcanet. And I'll ensure the world they hoped for comes to pass.
At last, Temenos' mask falls off.
I ask, you answer. Simple. To work.
Boss fight. Do that.
Prepare.
Ready? Thank me later.
Let's
Now then. Indulge me for a moment.
Oh dear.
What to do? Well, well.
Thinking time.
Yeah, pretty much. That life is unfair and there's no justice or something in the world, so we'll alleviate bad things by eliminating everything. Pretty generic, sadly. And the thing is, they've already used this on a few characters, which, I mean, yeah, you could say it makes sense because they were corrupted by these people, but you've already had like an entire 5-hour story dedicated to these. On top of it not being really, you know, new ground, but... What's him? Yeah, well, I mean, I'm fine with the idea of it. It's more just, once again, the execution is just kind of... Like, everybody's just, you know, maniacally laughing, and all of the exposition and machinations are all revealed in, like, text dumps or something at the end, and they don't really dive into it, and it's like, yeah, the world in Octopath is rough, but it doesn't have quite the grim feel that they're going for, I feel like. How's Octopath? We're on the finale or arc here. It's interesting, but also
Pierce that wings of frost.
To work. Atone for your... Raise on, O Sigma!
My prey awaits.
Cleaning time.
Saul, watch me. Aver, Prince of...
Easy. My turn.
I can steal from her. And what she's got.
Thanks.
Nice
Here we
miss.
That's my quarter.
And so we arrive at this moment.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, yeah, okay, for sure. No, not the conceptually, the novelty of like, or how tired and trodden this, like, oh, the darkness, and the darkness is all about eliminating life for good reasons because life sucks. It's like, yeah, that's pretty old and tired, but like, you could still make it work, man. It's just Octopath's execution tends to err on the side of, I feel like, lean on the side of being really generic, so it doesn't help when you have a generic premise.
Desperate to see the dawn. I see now that the Pontiff was not the true threat.
If she was more interesting and the party was talking the entire time throughout the game, and, you know, they really sold you on the bleakness of the world or something, like, yeah, it'd probably work a little bit better, but it doesn't quite hit that point.
Temenos. You, a dagger sharpened to a razor's edge. Claude's masterwork.
Claude's masterwork.
I can see it.
Yeah, I mean, I still
The
enjoy
collar
it, but
around that thin neck of yours.
it just... It's like, for every bit you're enjoying, you're taking a step back, and you're like, there's something missing, right? It's an interesting motivation to explore, for sure, yeah. But I feel like you really have to sell it, because it's just so fundamentally flawed, because, like, oh, there's a lot of suffering in the world, so we need to destroy it. But like the flip side of suffering is you want like to enjoy like not suffering. But if you're dead, you can't do that. So it's like you have to have a villain that either only cares about the actual world, so they want to destroy humans, or like they've lost. They're so far down the rabbit hole that they don't even remember why they're trying to eliminate suffering. They just want to eliminate it. And it's like you kind of have to delve into that to make it interesting, I feel like, not just say it in a surface level way like this game does, because it just ends up being kind of goofy. They're all being corrupted by an evil god anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Caller. You will never.
The top cop out. I mean, I'm sure they have real reasons, but most people are being corrupted or heavily twisted by Vita in this game anyway, so it's hard to, it's one of those where it's just like, well, there's not really that much character work. Yeah, Turbo Satan. There's not that much character work to dig into that you can truly be like getting behind. Because it's always could just be Turbo Satan, yeah.
Soon, night shall fall.
I keep saying it. Keep saying it.
Farewell, Mint. Your days of meddling are over.
Soon night shall fall. From the looks of it, it already has.
If this isn't night, then...
Turbo Night. I'd imagine we need to go to the church. It's either that or the mountain. That's where I was going in the first place anyways. I mean, yeah. Would it be better if it was just more original in general? It's not just like light and darkness and all that. Fine, but I don't mind if things are like generic. If they at least attempt to like explore it and or execute it in a cool way. I just like I have fun with this one. I don't think it's a bad game by any means, but yeah. Story wise, there's a lot to be desired. It's just the execution. Conceptually, most things are fine, right? It's not as like high concept or anything as like Live Alive, but it's still some decent ideas. I just rarely end up being like super well done. I mean, a few chapters are, there's some cool stuff in most of them, but you're just always like, oh yeah, I could see this being like better in 100 different ways. And, oh well. Tanzu's Journal. I mean, fresh ideas and novelty, I think, matter. I think it's nice to have. I just don't think it's the end-all be-all, right? I think execution... There's so much room for good execution and tired old ideas. I mean, I do have a problem with repetition like tropes and stuff can get pretty old, right? Although even a shitty like anime trope can still be done in a fun way and like a slice of life. But I guess if I care a lot about maybe repetition being kind of shitty, I'd probably care about novelty. Story-wise, I mean, obviously in experiences and games and stuff, I want to see experimentation and people pushing the edge. But yeah, I don't know. I think the execution matters more to me. But I still put weight on novelty for sure. I mean, I don't think I'd want a world where it was just this plot line in every piece of media ever, right? Like, I don't think anybody would want that. So. I think everybody cares about having different experiences that explore different ideas or parts of the human experience or creativity. It just might not matter as much to some people. Like, I bet there's people out there who don't want to see the same thing even twice in their life, right? And that's too much. But yeah. There's poppies on the mic. Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, I can restart the stream. Is it happening often? It might just be tied to something with the computer being in a certain state. I don't know. 'Cause, I mean, the only thing that's changed since the last time it happened is I turn my computer off every day. The traveling troupe. Because there's something to be said about the comfort of like something you know, or seeing something done in a better way that you know. Yeah, I mean, if I don't think it's bad to.
Ah. Wake up, Tansy.
Wake up, Tansy.
Night has come. Wake up, Tansy. Night has come.
Was Tansy the dancer director? Yeah.
Sister Mint? Oh, I fell asleep without realizing it. Do not worry. You must have been quite tired. You traveled far to see my wish granted.
Sister Mint, I mean, Goddess. I would do anything if it brought me closer to you.
Your devotion is moving. You have gone far beyond my every expectation.
Yeah,
and
man.
must be rewarded. Rewarded?
Reminds me of some shitty ASMR, like, seduction bullshit. Not that I listen to that. I just imagine
I love you, Tansy.
this is what we're going for.
Huh?
The slow, seductive talking.
Where am I?
You did.
What? My body? Pathetic child, oblivious until the very end. But this is what you wanted, is it not? It's not as if you desired to see the dawn. The sacred flames have been snuffed out. Surrender yourself not unto silent dusk. For the light
Can I get
shall
another
fade,
evil laugh?
and soon the world shall
I
know
wasn't sure
the
if she was evil
joy of a
yet.
dawn that never comes. All who stand in my way shall be cast aside. I shall root out the travelers and bury that wretched mirror beneath the earth, that it may never enkindle
Yeah,
the
like,
flames
like
again.
comically evil is fine too, with like some of the right style to it, or just the presentation of it all. Right? There's something about how just generic it is in this. We should like Kafka. That's fun, right? It's just like, you know, just some hyper chaos evil guy. You know, in terms of video games, goofy shit like that, right? There's nothing like wrong with it, but like eye roll when I see the fucking this shit. Alright. They say you have to, like, there's no waypoints on the map and you have to figure it out yourself, but I mean, there's a giant waypoint map. Oh well. I was hoping to be a bit more tough. He's just a simple man. Motherfucker, just evil. That's fine with me. It was everything about the world and like the presentation and all that, and how it built up to it that kind of made it fun. Not that that's like the best example, but on top of my head, I guess.
I suggest you get out of my way. To work.
Thing is, they mark the level of the area, 51, that you need to go to.
Blaze on, O fixed flame.
Cleaning time.
What does it sound like? And like the presentation and all that, and how it built up to it that kind of made it fun. And like the presentation and all that, and like the presentation. Yeah, I hear it. I mean, it happens like every 10 minutes. I'm not gonna restart the stream for that.
Well, well. Easy. And so it goes.
I mean, it hasn't happened in weeks, right? I imagine it just has something to do with the computer. computer or something. Let me try to unplug this or some shit. Yeah, I don't know. Just gonna have to see. I tried messing with the gain and flipping some switches and unplugging it, but I doubt it's gonna fix it. It might just be tied to the computers being a certain way. Have to turn it off and on sometimes. I mean, I turn it off and on every day. Maybe.
Ready to be prey?
No, because if it happened... Did it happen during Wulong? No, that was something different. Ooh, what else? When did it happen? I don't even remember at this point.
Go on then!
Well, well. Too easy. And so it goes.
I can't remember the other game it happened during. If it was a capture card game or not. What other game was it? I don't remember. Oh, Splatoon. That'd be a capture card. Yeah, I was on Discord too, so probably more mic based. Oh, I just tightened the mic a bit. Turn it off and on. I hope Wulong broke my mic, and that'd be good.
Do be gentle.
Thinking time.
They changed some filter. No, because it happened on Discord too. It's got to be something more hardware. Or something messing with the hardware.
Strike them down. Finished. I've seen worse methods.
Let's play.
Here we go! Ha!
Well, well. Who's next? And so it goes. Ready when you are.
Random boss.
What to do? Well, well.
My prey awaits. Go on then!
Now then. Indulge me for a moment.
Where was I? Blaze on, O sacred flame!
What to do?
I'd like to break him right now.
You're too kind.
Motherfucker's not weak to shit though.
Let's go.
He's probably weak to this.
Go on then. Don't worry.
These little shits on the way. Nice, have to let me know how it is.
Fire. How weak.
Oh dear. Be healed.
Thank you.
Cleaning time.
Grotesque monster.
You're open.
My prey awaits. Go on then.
Thinking time. Let the winds envelop you.
To work. Octopath, repent! Very good.
I need a plan. Eureka.
My turn.
Watch me. Sorry, but I won't hold back. Aber, Prince of
Who's next? All tidied up.
Yeah. For me, it's that. It's a, you know, decently lengthed, very just engaging campaign with, I feel like, depth of like builds, but also fun. I don't want them to just be like, you know, how do I min-max me literally just walking around and things auto-exploding, right? Like, it'd still be cool to have some active stuff, as long as they can get that, and the campaign and the presentation good. That'd be nice. I'd love for them to bring back the music of D2 as well. I guess there's a lot of things I'd want in a good Diablo. But I think that's fair. I don't care as much about the endgame. I mean, I would love an endgame that people can enjoy for sure, but I'm not the type to spend eons on endgames. But if there was one that grabbed me, I'd be down for sure. Yeah, alright, that's for sure. I agree with you on that. That's kind of what I think I was getting at. Something a bit more engaging. Yeah, I feel like Goto, you would have noticed it. There's no way you wouldn't have noticed it over the last few weeks. Let's hope so. I am the Dark Hunter.
This world is naught but hunters and their prey.
Deep.
Just as Cataracta fell to my bow, just as Glacius's egg shattered before my might. The Dark Hunter sets forth once again, and my aim will not falter. Under the gaze of the Scarlet Moon, I shall fulfill the Great Wish.
The Great Wish.
You must be quivering with joy, for your time has come at last. "10 years ago, I scooped you up, let you live. It was all for this moment. The darkness in our hearts is fed by anger, hatred, resentment, and jealousy. Our basest instincts. As that darkness grows deeper, so too does the shadow grow powerful. Few can stand against a beast whose heart has been drowned in darkness. A beast such as you. Long have I waited for the darkness within you to become black as night, so that maddening flame could be smothered forevermore. With my lifeblood, I shall call down the night. Now then. Make of my flesh an offering, and banish all that stands to oppose us. Give meaning to your miserable life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, Arcanet.
I mean, it's not even just that. Like, they could just heavily filter it. They just give it like a wavy, like ghostly sound. And that's it. Otherwise, it's just some dude, man. Yeah. What happened to like cool monster noises and shit back in the day, man? We just got some guy going, rah. Which, I mean, most monsters are probably voiced by people, but like, yeah, these just sound like some guy grunting. Ah, Arcanet. He says he dies. Yeah. I was really hoping we'd go back to Frigid Isle for some reason. I feel like they're gonna have us use all 8, so I'm gonna want to probably put Renee on her own team. But I don't know. As long as we have the buffs and debuffs, it doesn't really matter. Maybe they'll just let us pick. At this point, I'd be fine with that. In a perfect world, I'd prefer us to have to use all 8, but I'd rather have us use all 8 throughout the entire game where we're just swapping them in and out. I don't want to have to use all 8 in this because then I'd if it's hard enough, I'd have to actually grind like 53 levels or some shit, right? And you wouldn't have to go that far, but I'd be like, yeah, I wonder how well D4 is gonna do. Even though Blizzard is like super, you know, they've fallen from grace super hard, they still have just enough love for that old IP. So, I still think it'll do pretty good, regardless. I doubt it'll do as good as like D3, but maybe not, I don't know. Yeah, go do as good as D3. Maybe you're right. It'll do good though. Yeah, oh for sure. It's gonna do real good. I mean, we live in the time where everything's getting remastered, remade anyway, so even though the company sucks now, just the Diablo name, you know, it's not like it's been eclipsed by any ARPGs these days. It's a big release and they'll market it as one. If it actually ends up good too, I mean, that'll be something. People, the early releases, yeah, people seem to like it so far. 6 million, yeah. It depends on the hype, I guess, but I mean, your average Joe, do they even care about the Blizzard drama? Like, I don't even know, right? Like, I think if anything would hurt the sales of Diablo when it came to Blizzard's reputation, I don't think it would be the drama. I think it would just be their quality has dipped a lot in the years, and Blizzard games aren't must-buys anymore. But I don't think that's going to affect it in a massive way unless the games suck. It's still happening? Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to turn the computer off and on, and maybe that would fix it. I have a feeling it hasn't happened in a while. I feel like you would have noticed. I don't want the audio to be bad, because then it like builds up. And, like, people are less interested. I know I hate being in a stream. Well, I don't hate it, but I feel a little less invested in streams with bad audio. Yeah, what's up, Chessmaster? Where'd this come from? Vidania. Well, golly gee.
Do you know where we are, Temenos?
The battlefield of the gods.
Oh, yeah.
Vidania.
Vidania?
The Isle of Illusions. A legend passed down by the Order of the Sacred Flame. To think it actually exists.
Illusions, eh? So that means we've dropped plumb off the map.
The legend says it was sealed on the
Vidania,
ocean floor
yeah.
by the power
New
of the sacred
Vidania.
flames.
The sacred flames? Then why is it here? The flames are burning bright, aren't they?
Yes, but there was a moment before we reignited them that their light was snuffed out.
And that was enough to break the seal?
This is what they were after. Those who would deny the dawn.
to world's end. Is that where you are, Kazan? Is that where you plan to call down the night?
Hopefully they warn me if I need to get the whole party out. I should probably equip everybody's accessories just in case. I don't want to spend too long on it, but... Good, yeah. Yeah, there's quite a big text dump that kind of explains the details coming from the journalist. Definitely explains a lot of it. I'd want on her, probably SB. Like HB. Oh man, I hate this menu. Yeah, Rylos, for sure. I think more people play Diablo 3 on console than a lot of us give it credit for. A lot of the people are probably going to chit-chat about it or PC focus, but... yeah, I wonder if this time around what the look's going to be. I mean, that's definitely a reason for me not want to, yeah, is to not want to play it on console. Is the PS Plus and Xbox Live requirements. I don't know, on the other hand, I feel like a lot of people who just have those consoles and play anything online just have it in general. I think people just kind of pay for Xbox Live and PS Plus without thinking too much about it. I mean, I don't, because I don't play a lot online, so I got on my way not to buy a lot, but I don't know. It'd be hard to say. So you can't even play it offline on consoles? Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, that would be a drama point. Otherwise, it would be no different than any other online game. People have grown very used to that. But yeah, really wish I didn't have to pay for that, because I probably will end up playing it on console. I just don't want to pay that $15, but it's better than paying $70 to Blizzard. But yeah. Coat of arms. Ample belt. I'm just gonna grab HP for these that it doesn't really matter on. These are really low. Yeah, there seems to be some kind of squirrely someone hiding around in every one of the stories, huh? No doubt about that. Throw another 1,000 HP on there. Good. Yeah, chances are I won't play long term. It would have to be ultra fun, and I'd have to be playing with a lot of people. But yeah, I think you're probably right about that. If I wanted to jump back in later, maybe during an expansion, I could on PC. The cross prog's a big deal. I could also use that month of PS Plus to play any of their PS Plus games, their Game Passy shit. So. Yeah, that's what I gathered, was that that boss had to be her, kind of like fused and stuff. We never really met her or saw her around, did we? We just heard about her. Is there a crossplay? I assume so if there's cross-prog. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's great. I think that's really important, because, I mean, what's going to keep a game like that alive is a continuous, I mean, other than content, it's community. And being able to have every community working together, especially when you're making it a pseudo MMO, is pretty important. Bro, chat's first boss. That thing was right. 10 minutes was trying to disappear a while back. Was it really? Yeah, see, I figured that when I first fought it that it was just the other creature, but then at the end they bring the other creature back in, so it makes more sense there. I mean, yeah, he had the bow, the Darkblood bow, and she got it back, so makes sense. He got fucked over. Yeah, that's awesome. That's good, yeah. I mean, I'll probably play on PS5. On PS5 will run it pretty fine too, right now with the offload. I can just offload it. I'd like to play one of those on controller. I would prefer it. I don't hate having to click around. I've played bazillions of games like that and it's totally fine, but there's something probably smoother about a controller I'd like to try with a game that's more actiony like that. Like I'd react quicker, you know, I'd go backwards or forwards easier with a stick than I would clicking back and forwards. Less effort. A little smoother, so I'd like to try it if anything.
Finally, I'll behold it with my own
It's mostly
eyes.
menus and stuff that I worry about. Otherwise, if they're making it more action heavy, then I think it'd be better. I mean, stuff like MMOs still work fine with the right setup on controller, but the thing is, like those, you might prefer to do keyboard and stuff because they have a lot more buttons that you need to press. But a game like Diablo doesn't have all that many usually, so I think it worked fine. Not to say that I don't do keyboard and mouse. I might do a keyboard and mouse game right after this. We'll see.
The truth I've sought for so long.
My eagle.
So, the flames burn once more. Alas, too late. The night fast approaches. And now it shall have the blood it was promised. For we are the night.
The depths of Castle Vidonia. You'd hope it's good. The super boss music was pretty good. I think it was music from the first game.
Doubtless your journey was a trying one. You deserve the rest ahead of you.
Question is,
came here seeking the dawn.
Will there be an actual dungeon or not?
I must ask, why? The road you took here is soaked in the blood of those who opposed you. Was it worth it? I suppose it matters not. There is no evil in this world. Good. There is only that which we believe in. Can you tell me, without a shade of a doubt, that the dawn is worth all you have endured?
Well, it's true that my journey has been fraught with loss. Yet hope still burns just as brightly as it always has. Does that answer suffice?
Your journey will soon reach its end. And then, where will you go? No matter how far you travel, you will never escape. because no matter where you go,
Yeah, maybe it depends on the star.
there you will be. Humankind is cursed to live in darkness.
Figure they'd all have
Everywhere
something to
they
say
squabble over
here and there,
some
back and
matter or
forth.
the other. Forever. This world is cruel, unsightly. So, it must end.
I'm wishing this was twice HP, man.
Tonight, let us share a dream.
Aren't we all?
Now I am become chaos. Devourer of all life in this world. Even you, foolish mortals.
Oh, the foolish mortals line.
All shall be mine.
I never thought I'd pass judgment on a god. Be forewarned, I will show no mercy in my verdict. I take pride in my work.
Does anybody else want to say anything? They're muted again.
Where are you? Nothing exists here. The emptiness is staggering.
Yeah, the Stranger of Paradise crossover.
There is naught but darkness. Soothing darkness.
Big Mama.
To work. Is that the spot?
Thinking time.
This guy's going apeshit here in the background.
Indulge me for a moment.
My turn. Thank me later.
My prey awaits. Go on then, got it. Here we go.
There'll be multiple phases.
Go on then. Sorry.
I need a plan. Feel the current surroundings.
Ready?
You're too kind.
Very well. Be healed.
Wouldn't be surprised. That's it.
Thinking time. Calculations complete. I'll give you a boost.
Cleaning time.
Watch me. Sorry, but I won't hold back. Aber, Prince of
Who's next? What to do?
Playtime's over. Aber, Prince of Thieves.
Oh dear.
I imagine he's gonna wait now.
Be healed.
I owe you.
Right.
Lilith. Lilith. Like, which Lilith we're talking? There's a lot of Liliths out there. Man, my man got fucking ape shit on the cards for sure. Okay, the Diablo's back there.
Bring it on.
Oh, they pulled out this group.
It's my turn now. Together now. What one of us is? This is what it means to be a star. Lion dance.
Yeah, they didn't even warn me.
These hands.
Kari doesn't even have mana right now.
Time for your medicine.
For a true friend, prepare yourself. Here.
Thank you, Mikari. It's my turn now. This is what I can do whatever I set my mind to. Whirlwind blows, so that's it.
We'll probably just have to restart. I wouldn't be surprised if her HP is low, but you gotta take out the arms. So you need to have your backup members set up. It's funny because with Galdera they remind you.
Salvation's on sale.
The audience awaits.
I'll end this. I won't be afraid. You're in for it. I've got it.
My turn. I extend a helping hand. Time for your medicine.
I owe you one.
Prepare yourself.
Or they don't remind you, they tell you that you're gonna have to split your ship.
Ask Nia.
I didn't know you.
Here's a pick-me-up.
Thank you, Articio.
Now then.
Articio doesn't really have a whole lot of juice. Yeah, he's going ape shit.
My turn.
I would not be surprised if the boss has 0 health right now. With the arms and the setup. Like, they're forced to do these other phases.
Axe attack.
Bring it on. Don't underestimate me. I got more grit than I can. Yeehaw! Let's do it. Let's get to work.
Oh, the power of money. I should invest in that more. The 4 dudes in a row, man. They're pretty useful. Oh shit, we got the whole thing. 8 dudes in a row.
I've never lost a fight.
Oh, they like full heals everybody.
Don't underestimate me. I take that, and that, and that.
Oh, you can choose who to play right now. Or do you need to be both?
Oh dear.
I'd rather just be these guys. I mean, the 4 dudes in a row are useful and all, but these guys are more useful.
Even the dawn will be mine.
Watch me.
Yeah. Guitar.
You're open. What to do? Thank me later.
Elena.
This is cool. I should have had the whole game be like this. You're swapping between 8 dudes in a row, man.
Unleash the fire within.
They're all waiting for me.
Thinking time.
Here goes.
Yeah, this guy's going apeshit, man. 4 dudes in a row!
Let's get to work.
I owe
Ow! There's always hope.
to work. Be healed.
I appreciate it, Timonos.
Ready?
Fight a god if I'm able. Prince of
Who's next? That's
This wasn't in my calculations.
Here we go.
Cleaning time.
Let me steal from you. Not use items either.
This isn't ideal.
I need a plan.
I'm just getting warmed up. Don't underestimate me. Let's get to work.
Yeah, not even Vita can handle the power of the 4 dudes in a row.
Keep light will prevail. You're in for it now. You've been exposed.
I'll extend a helping hand to all those in
Where
need.
was I?
My turn. I extend. There's hope for tomorrow. This
I owe
Now then. Here we go.
Are we unleashed yet? Almost.
Ready?
you're open.
I need a plan. Indulge me, Homo.
Oh dear.
We could break him down. Let's just do that. The power of Temenos.
Very good.
What to do?
Fight a god if I must. Aver, Prince of Thieves.
Oh dear.
Got some more left in the tank.
I won't back down.
Let's go ahead and just. Oh, Chet's gonna do some big damage here. I might. I'd rather just Alphan our guy. Like 4 dudes in a row is gonna be stronger than that. I could one true magic for the Kino.
Let me show you what I've... This is the answer!
Here we go.
Alright, now he's probably dead. Do I just go? I'm just gonna do it anyways, just in case.
That's my cobra.
Okay. He was actually just low. Yeah, they got a few levels. Partishio's like in his mid-20s. His journey's just begun and he's already here at the end. 6,000 whole XP, yeah.
Why do you spurn its
Well, that's cool that
embrace?
everybody says something, Chessmaster.
Travelers. The light.
Everybody has a special dialogue option when you fight their final
And
boss
yet,
too, when you boost.
You protest. And yet, you stand defiant. For a dawn, bereft of light. Mark well, travelers. Do not forget.
She'll be back as a super boss in Octopath Traveler 3, like
I
the first game's
am
final
eternal.
boss. So are these just supposed to be one of the 13 gods or whatever that make the world? Why are they assholes, man? Why is Galdera and Vide an asshole? And assholes. I just beat it permanently. It always sucks when they come back. Delete God, man.
The long night is over. And soon the dawn will be upon us.
Nobody says anything. Oh. There's an island where you fight the boss of the first game over here. So, seems more like a big parallel world. Because it doesn't match up visually, unless his gate just appears wherever. Oh, is it? Interesting. Unless there's timey-wimey shit, but they haven't shown any of that. The owl guy? King Owl or whatever? Or do you mean Owl from Octopath 1? No, gotcha. Because there was a king whose name was Owl too, I thought. So I can just explore? Does everybody have new dialogue or something? Or is this just like, so you can go fuck around? I don't know if anybody's gonna actually say anything. If I like go talk to Alrond or some shit. Let's see if Alrond's there. Are we not even gonna get the Dragon Quest victory lap? It was a cool fight. I like that they had all 8 people and you could swap to them as you wanted and they all affected each other. It's cool that they save these big mechanics for like a finale thing, but then you also ask yourself, maybe we should have had some of those mechanics just in the game. That would have been more interesting to do that. But who knows? Elrond's here, man. Elrond, you're coming with me. Alright, I'm assuming there's not actually any epilogue shit. Alright, let's talk to her parents. Maybe that would be the... There's nothing with her parents then. Or her dad. We'll just go straight to the campsite. Okay, sick. That was awesome. But yeah, mechanically the fight was cool. And yeah, that guy going apeshit on the music. You can fight Galdera in this, yeah. Which I did for a little bit, but he's like super out of our league. We'd have to grind for a while to even think about doing it. I'll probably just watch that one. We've already got like 90 hours in this. Comfy music to finish it off here.
Let's play. Ready?
Yeah, well, yeah, point is, I mean, I gotta grind to level 99.
My turn.
Which is totally fine, but that's true, yeah, people want to do it. That'd be an extra, probably 10 hours of grinding and prepping, and then what's supposed to be a 30-40 minute boss fight, which is cool. I mean, I've done it in other games, but I think we will in this. Alright, let's see the epilogue. Jane Echoes? Nah. I was gonna jump straight into Trails Crossbell too, but didn't come in the mail.
Yes. Even if it's for the
22nd Pyth Cardi, I'm gonna have to watch that.
This is it.
After I watch Gorilla Time.
The end of our journey.
Hey now, who's saying that? There's still plenty of steps left in these legs.
Indeed. We each will continue on our own paths.
To travel is to live, or so they say.
Ochet?
I feel sad. I don't want to say goodbye.
I too find myself reluctant to part ways with everyone. How odd.
It won't be the same without you. I'll miss our feasts.
As will I.
I don't want to forget this moment. This feeling.
You won't, Ochet. We won't.
Our journey will live on forever. In here.
Well said.
Yeah. Particio, take a shot.
Right.
May the roads ahead of you be filled with fortune and smiles. If you fall sick or become wounded, send a letter. I shall come with haste.
It was an honor to journey by your side. Come to Ku whenever you please, and you'll be welcomed with open arms. You have a friend for life.
Once again, the music, heavy lifting, man. Imagine if they actually had done stuff together the whole game.
Well, I'll be.
Pretty sick.
Got something in my eyes. This ain't a farewell, you hear? I put no stock in it.
There you go.
Happy trails.
I'm so glad I met everyone. I'll never forget our adventures together. Not even when I'm old and gray. You can count on it. Never, never, ever. But let's see each other before then.
During our journey, I found something I never thought I would. Something even more important than meat. I won't forget you all. Until next time.
Sucks for the last people to leave. The others won't even hear the fucking what they have to say.
Right. Thanks for everything. Sorry. I'm terrible at these things.
Until we meet again.
Well then, I suppose I should be off. Off to unveil more truths.
Yeah, it seems that way, Trespass. Traveling Octopath, yeah. Yep. Well, it's a better ending than the first games, but yeah, I think still left a bit to be desired, but it was an enjoyable little ending. I like that they all were at the campfire at the start and the end, at least there. Good way to handle it. Could they do these in the order you did them? That'd be kind of cool. think so. The boat, the ice boat. The ice boat. Down with the ship, Emerald. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely better ending than the first one. There's just not a whole lot of party interaction that's it's built on. So while the music's popping, and there's some good scenes there, where they all sing goodbye and really solid music. I mean, almost nobody even said anything during the final fight. And during their like little reveals on who the real bad guys are, they're like, it's all done in like banter and it's quiet, and you know, it still has its issues. Effect artist, Tanya Pornpot. I don't know who that is. Yeah, way better for sure. They at least made a good attempt here. And I think this is a solid like end to it. It's just built on kind of a rickety house of cards, man. I'd say overall I liked this one a fair bit more than the first. You guys know what I think about the first. It was okay. I think this one's got a lot of problems still, but I would definitely play another. And I would hope that if they do a third one, they really start reinventing the wheel a bit. I think having the same classes, some of the same formula, the general, just complete acceptance of the ludonarrative dissonance, like the path actions, the party members that don't talk, the fucking dungeons that are like in like crowded theaters with like goons that shouldn't even be there, just this absolute zero shits given for the immersion side of the story and stuff would be, I think, something that they really need to think about a bit. Not the biggest problem there. I mean, you just separate the story from the gameplay, but it definitely doesn't help, and it's something I feel like could have easily been changed and fixed at this point. Let me turn this down a little bit. But yeah, I did think the presentation was better in this one. I still am iffy about the amount of like effects and mix of HD HUDs, and well, it's a pretty soulless HUD with the 2D elements. I think it was not bad in this because they put a lot of detail into sprite work, put a lot of detail into variety. There's a lot of different areas in this, from steampunk to snow areas to kind of exotic islands and factory dungeons and theaters, and they tried to do some cool stuff while having it all still be in the same world. So I think they do a good job there on presentation. I think the general art style, maybe at this point it'd be kind of cool to have like actual full sprites in the fight a little bit, you know. A lot of games that have like very minimal sprites walking around in the field will have like, you know, like actual like cutaway sprites to show emotions and stuff on reactions on people's faces. They do have some emotive like little expressions, like, you know, they'll have the drips if they're sad or something. But I do think I would like the presentation to help bolster, I feel like, the emotional side of things a bit better. I'm not saying it needs to always cut away to 2D drawn sprites or something, but that would be kind of cool to see in the next one. I think the biggest problem, though, is probably your story. I mean, all of that is not a huge deal when compared to what's kind of just a very shakily executed stories. Well, I think the overarching story was a bit more interesting this time. It's still generally just told to you through huge exposition dumps, and they're very lightly hinted at in the normal stories. They by no means save any of the routes. They add a little context, but it's essentially just like 20 pages of notes to tell you what happened in the game, a few people who sacrificed themselves, and I think it's the most dry way to tell that kind of story. I wish they would have honestly made this finale into like a 10-hour thing, and the characters were all talking to each other and stuff. And they definitely upped it a bit, but it's definitely not the level I think people would probably want. What do you think of Agnoria's story? Agnoria's story in the end didn't live up to her first chapter, but it was okay. I think a little less time on the villain and a bit more reinforcement of her mother's dream and her living it out and the smiles and all that would be better. I think it was almost a little too haphazardly focused on the stardom and this kind of odd dance-off they were doing that didn't quite all make sense. At that point, I mean, it wasn't even them fighting, it was just dancing, so like it was even less immersive than usual. I liked the idea of all of her friends being there from her journey and helping her get to the stage and stuff, but it just felt kind of sloppily executed. There could have been some really strong emotional stuff. Since it was kind of going for that. I feel like I'd seen it in a movie a bunch of times, but yeah, so I liked it enough. It definitely wasn't the worst one, but I think the first chapter is just so strong, and they should have really paralleled that by the end and reinforced some of that. Instead, it's kind of too caught up in some of the either the gamey elements or kind of, I'll say, vain stardom kind of stuff, but I think the execution just could have been better. Otherwise, I was fine with it. The concept was okay. The beat for beat was fine. It was like the rest of the game. I don't know. That's the thing with the story in these, is like all the concepts for these stories are totally fine, right? Some of them are really interesting, really fun, you know, like, oh, some samurai who's got to take back his kingdom, some guy who's gonna, you know, save the world from poverty, you know, whatever that means, and someone wants to become a pop idol. There's all sorts of different options. You know, a detective, a heretic thing. I just feel like a lot of the time the problem with the story is it's just they don't live up to their concepts. Some of them start strong, but between just pacing, some very just kind of like shoddy dialogue at times, and sometimes questionable voice work. There's just not a lot of depth to it. I also feel like the presentation, like the flow of like the cutscenes and stuff, you know, the urgency, like, are they going to be running and talking? Are they going to be, you know, when Agnea needs to block off a bunch of goons, are the goons going to really be there to be, you know, like, are they going to get actually blocked off? And it's like, no, they're just kind of, there's just like a dude in front of them, like one guy or something. And there's just a lot of, that's really a nitpicky, but there's like that in almost every fucking scene in this. And I feel like not enough time spent on sometimes fleshing out these characters. Some of them, like Throne and at times like Ochat and stuff, end up almost just like a caricature like of themselves. They're far too one-dimensional. I think some of the side quests had better writing sometimes than some of the main ones. They would just pick a group of people from stories, which would kind of help those stories feel a bit more fleshed out. Just have them do a 20 or 30 minute story, like a thing, and you learn about them and see interesting people interact in a voiced cutscene, and it's they bite off a bit more than they can chew with the main story sometimes. I feel like when they tone it back a bit, it works well. I still think Partitia's is probably the best chapter. Yep, still going. There's I'm seeing everybody. The Hunter's there. Butler's there. Papa's there.
Lively as ever, I see. Now then, to find my lost lambs.
Are we meeting back up?
It's good to see you again, my friend. Let us be on our way. It's time we celebrate her new journey.
There's no way they would have me path action him. Because you could be playing with somebody who can't guide people. This is cool. We actually have other people here. This is what I expected of the finale in the first place. I think the big thing, one of the big things in this game is probably the good things is the music. I think the music does some heavy lifting in some scenes. In Agnea's chapter, there in the chapter 1, there's some story stuff that mixes with the music really well, but in a lot of the later stuff, the camp scene we saw at the end there, a lot of other chapters, the music tends to do a lot of emotional heavy lifting. Much more so than the first one. These are all people we know. Benkei. Like this song's solid, and that's a nice remix of the main theme. Got kind of like a melancholic thing going on. The fucking doggo man, Catman's here.
I've got plenty of food for everyone, so let's go!
Yeah, I mean, this is cool. Like I said, the music, it's cool seeing everybody here, and this would be even better if you felt a lot more about the characters. They'd be way stronger. Not that it's not bad. Where's Elrond, man? It's cool you see them getting together at the end again here. A lot of games will like end with them all leaving, and then there's no something after. Which I always thought was kind of goofy out here. Is ordinary. Because there's not really any reason they need to just like separate forever, right? Like it doesn't really add anything. It's just this like kind of forced bittersweetness. Like there is a reason they would separate, but it's cool that this game shows that them getting back together. Yeah, so this is where Temenos would be normally. And see, if you do the side quests for these people, you get a little bit of extra know-how, because a lot of the follow-up side quests are for these people. Like these two here. I wonder if these people are here if you even do their side quest. If you didn't do the follow-up side quest, none of these people would have met, really.
Hey there, I'm Paula, Agni's little sister. I'm so glad you could make it. I'm about ready to explode from excitement.
Oh. I guess she's with us. Oh, hey. Veronica's doing the music thing now. Hey, you got some fucking... Is he just called Zeta now? Hey, my name's Zeta the Butcher. You have some beautiful muscles, ma'am.
I'm looking forward to the performance.
This is a solid send-off, though, for sure. Like, they do some stuff right in this one, for sure. It's not all fuck. Like, the first one's much more sterile. And just, like, I mean, this one at times feels like every story is like a bullet points. But, this one tries to add a bit more soul into the thing, where the first one's, like, ultra sterile. It doesn't quite make it all the way, but, like, it at least starts to bridge the gap. wonder if they'll make a third though. This one didn't sell as good as the first one, but the first one was getting by on novelty really hard, I think. Not many turn-based RPGs at that point. The art style was like, whoa! I mean, the Switch. Exclusive in its heyday thing. But I assume it still did well. This one, well enough. Nothing ever meets Square Enix's standards because they have crazy standards. So. The fucking eating man. It's Gus.
I hate crowds.
It's GIF. Up on the roof.
You're late. Though, let's go.
Man, music definitely does some good work here. The man
I've been waiting
himself.
for you. No time for pleasantries. Let's mosey.
Les Mosey. I'm just imagining, like, what would be like, what if the story was, like, really good, right? And you felt really connected with everybody. They tug at the heartstrings here a bit through sheer presentation and just, like, everybody showing up. But, man, what if it was all really good? Let's be really strong. Is Agnea dancing? It's gotta be, right? I guess we got more to talk about too. We'll save it for after. Mainly gameplay, side quests, and exploration.
Life is a journey. The places you go, the deeds you do, the tales whose hero you become. Every road is yours to take. I once went on a journey. I was one of 8. My friends and I visited every corner of the realm. The winding road we walked was full of surprises. And I know the memories we made will be with me forever. Looking back on them now brings a comforting warmth to my heart. Our lives are both a journey and an adventure. The path ahead may be dangerous, and you may even feel like giving up when the night is long and dark. But remember, in those times, especially in those times, you don't need to walk alone. No path is too perilous so long as friends are at your side. Walk astride to the dawn.
The tiger back there.
I hope that your journey
Lion.
and the dawn that awaits are filled with light. This song is for you.
Yeah, Rock's got the closest seats in the house, man. Some things never change. The rich always win, dude.
Octopath Traveler.
They said it. The 4 dudes in a row. The real winners, man. Cool. I wish it felt like they were actually traveling together for more than 20 minutes of cutscenes and some kind of iffy banter. Well, this was a good final bit. It almost makes you forget that the last 90 hours were not like that as much. There's still good stuff for the most part, but yeah. I do wish that this was capitalizing on what was probably a more interwoven party with stronger emotional moments and stuff. But there was good bits still. I guess to finish up the chapters thing. Knee-jerk reaction. Yeah, that's how they get you. Yeah, the Octopath Traveler drop there. Yeah, the music, man. Absolutely this game's best part. There's a few songs that are kind of just like generically bombastic like the first game, but the variety of music that fits the areas that's still really good to listen to, or how some of it really elevates a lot of the scenes, like this whole bit, been a big deal. Whoever did the music now. Go to music for another game, man. But anyways, yeah, so we kind of talked about the story. Overall, I thought it was kind of okay. It had its high points because some stories were better than others. I imagine they were written by different people. I think the first game, some of them were written by different people. Maybe not. We'll see in the credits in a bit. Oh wait, do we have to? Let me see the credits again. I didn't actually check in the credits. I forgot they passed. They already did. But yeah, there's some high points. I think like Partitio's. Some of the other high points story-wise were probably just the more Hollywood kind of fun ones that didn't rely on character work as much. Like, you know, maybe Huchets and Hikaris and stuff. I would say though that Partitio's and the Alchemists, whatever her name was probably the best ones. Yeah, that's my thing. I think overall, yeah, it's good. It's solid. It's just not great, and there's a lot of issues. I think it depends on your standards, maybe for some storytelling, maybe how you feel about certain novelties and shit. I mean, the overarching story is pretty generic. How much just like events matter to you compared to like character work and shit like that, and your general feeling on the execution. I think one of the best parts of the game though was probably just exploration and stuff. You generally, so we can get into gameplay, I guess. You can generally just go wherever, which I think is cool in a game like this, which you kind of need to a certain extent because all the 8 stories are going to be separated a bit, but I liked that. I like that you could kind of just run around and explore and just do raw gameplay and get loot and upgrade and go to different towns and stuff. So if you just want like raw, just RPG progression with okay exploration, I don't think the side quests, the generic ones, are terribly good, and I don't think the dungeons and everything are great, but they're a lot better than the first game. There's at least enough variety of areas that it's just fun to explore around. You get cool things like the boat sometimes and a lot of bosses by the end game, which I think is really cool. I think that keeps it spicy. I just had fun doing like a 30-40 hours of just exploring before we got into the stories. I think the combat, I don't know. I don't think I'd want to do the same exact combat for a third game in a row. It's still fun time. I think some kind of shake-up. Either have that shit like at the end where all four are there, or all eight are there, or like new classes or a few other new features would be good. I think the latent powers was a nice little twist on it. I think the subclasses, having like arms master and inventor and stuff, things that you get skills for that everybody can get without farming JP is good. I do think that they increased the JP amount, which is nice. I think a combat system, just have it be 4 dudes and you could just swap people out whenever you want, like Dragon Quest 11 or something. Have them level up at the same time, and then we could create fights where, you know, I could swap strategies and stuff. Like this game, like it's much easier than the first one, I would say, by a lot. The beauty of the back-end RPG is that you can create all sorts of crazy combinations and ways to kick ass and stuff. So just having the ability to swap people in and out, I don't think it's gonna like intrinsically like destroy the balance, because the games already can be just fucking blown out. Anyways, it's more about the fun of min-maxing cool combos, and if you don't want to do that, and you're still gonna have like, you know, fine enough bit of challenge. But 4 dudes in a row, you can assign 2 people to the same slot, hot swap. Yeah, you could do that. Or just, yeah, just hot swap in general. I mean, I think at least having them level up at the same time would be good. I don't see any benefit from you not leveling up at the same time. The only thing it did for me was make it so that I barely used 4 of these party members, because I didn't want to grind any extra. I already spent 90 hours on the game. I don't want to fucking grind like, you know, 5 to 10 hours to catch them up all the time, right? Like, so I just don't mess with them. I mean, the thing is that even when you're low level, people like the apothecary and the dancer and Particio, luckily, are still very useful because they could just give BP and use items to heal and stuff. Hikari was probably the most useless because he actually needs stats to do anything, and he didn't have them. So it worked out in my favor in the long run. But I still think that they really need to just change that base combat system. It's fun, and I think it was totally fine to use again and have a few different classes. I really like the remakes on some of these classes. The hunter, the idea of like the warrior's challenge thing and all that. Stuff like that. The latent powers, how they weave into different characters and how that makes for stronger subclassing and shit is cool. But yeah, I probably want to have it mixed up then in the next game for sure. If they at least changed all the jobs, it'd probably be fine, right? I mean, it's like you get like SMT and stuff, and it uses similar combat through all of them. So just a twist would be good. I don't think you could just remake the classes again. I'd probably rather just see a whole new set. It'd be good for stories too, but not a big problem there. That was cool. Like I said, the game's definitely easier and it's pretty easy to break. So if you're looking for a good challenge, you gotta kind of temper yourself. I do think the random fights were a bit easier. I think those took a lot longer in the first game. You could create some good combos in this. Maybe it was just my combo because I had a full set of buffs and debuffs before every fight, and Inventor's really strong, but that helped a lot because I think otherwise the encounter rate's way too high in this game for also not having back-end party XP, like reserve party XP. The encounter rate's like way too high. I had the encounter rates turned down with Scholar for most of the game. And it still felt probably fine. I'm used to really high encounter rates because we play a lot of different stuff on here, but without that, I was like shocked how many there were. I also feel like there's goofy stuff like limit breaks being the warrior finale support skill. Every DPS needs that. Just get rid of it. Just fucking get rid of it at this point. It's just one support skill that you have to do, and it just removes any like a lot of extra customization. Just there's little things like that. Overall, though, I think the gameplay was fun in this one. There's a lot of options and stuff. They're not always going to be There's not always going to be something that's up to the challenge. I think you can get a little probably too busted too easily, but that's rewarding in its own right to a certain extent. I like what they did with a lot of it. It works for the length of the game. I can't complain too much on the combat. It's a different style of turn-based combat too. I think the BP system and the subclassing, all that's pretty deep. So I think they did a good job upgrading it in this. I just think, yeah, probably by the third one they'd probably want to shake it up a little harder, or people are gonna be like, eh. Because I mean, I use the same strategy in this game, just refined as the first one. So I wouldn't be mad. These jobs work. I mean, they work, but yeah, I'd rather see them push for the stars a bit more. See what else they can do. I mean, I'd be fine with them just making something different, but I mean, like, of course, if they want to do another one, I think there's still plenty of potential here. Between interconnected stories being better, just better writing, shake up in the combat. There's still potential for some strong stuff. I mean, it's mostly up to the storytelling, but yeah, I guess side content too. I talked about that. I think the generic side quests are not super interesting. They do the job. I think when you're just doing what I did and you're just exploring for 30 to 40 hours, they just give you something to do and some way to interact with people that isn't just path actions, which we'll get to that. So I think that they're fine. I think the good side quests though are the afterwards ones, where you finish somebody's story and you kind of get like a little side quest that's voiced with the character that you met or something like that. I think all the side quests need to be like that. These little snippets in a certain character's lives help. Well, I feel like bolster those characters, the main character's stories a bit. They help kind of sell the world more, which makes you care more in a final scene like this about everybody. That's why I was saying the whole time, I was like, oh, what if everything was like better, right? Like we'd care way more about this. And I do think that those little afterwards side quests helped with that. I just wish that was what most of the side quests were. A lot of it was just like, hey man, my fan's missing. Can you get me that? And it's just on some dude in Timbuktu, and then you just bring it to him. And it's not super interesting. It's okay in a gamey way, but I think those could be a lot better. So yeah, cutting down on the amount of like XP needed for stuff and some of that kind of padding of feel and focusing more on just the quality would probably be better there. But didn't need to grind at all. I will say that even though you don't get any XP in the back end, like you don't have to grind in this for sure. But I also played pretty optimal and just used like one group with a pretty good setup. So. Yeah, so that's it on side quests. We mentioned the interconnected stuff. I just don't think they went far enough. It's 30 minutes to get done with pretty much each of their entire interconnected chapters. And some of those, like Hikari and Agnea's, are just super focused on one person who, like the loot player, and it has very little interaction between Hikari and Agnea that really like fleshes out a relationship or anything. I think the best interconnected thing, and one of the only ones, was probably the first scene at the campfire. They'll all kind of like naturally start talking at different times about topics, and the topic will kind of flow and change and stuff, and it makes it feel like they're actually just kind of like a group of people and they're just chit-chatting. And I wish that more of the game was kind of like that. I think a big tenet of this game is to not care about any of that. Like I said, I think stuff like the path actions and how the dungeons flow into the story and how nobody actually interacts in each person's story just kind of shows that they just don't give a fuck, which is fine. I just think that means that if you're going to let all of that drop, all of those interesting possibilities, the individual stories need to be way better. I don't think they were, but they're still good enough. I'd play more, yeah. I'd thought about looking into the phone one, but I've heard you have to like it's time gated and shit. I don't have any time gated phone shit. I've done enough of that. But I'd play a third one for sure. But yeah, what else on gameplay? We kind of talked about the system. If you guys want to talk about any topic, I'm just talking. Like I didn't write notes on this one again. I keep forgetting to write notes. Usually you can make the conversation flow a little better, but I'll be like, oh, I need to talk about this, I need to talk about this, I need to talk about this, and then we might not talk about something you guys might want to as much as we should, but it's a big game. There's a lot going on. Talked about visuals. Like I said, I think a lot of the post-processing and effects and stuff are still a little overkill. Some of the mixing of HD stuff is not always the best. The blur. I'm glad you can turn off vignetting and some of the camera stuff, but I think there's a lot of detail though and variety in the environments that really works out. And I think the sprite work on bosses is really good. Oh yeah, the battle lines. That's another thing. Sound and battle lines and stuff. This game has kind of shitty sound mixing, like the first one. There's a lot of chapters, Throne and Temenos' interconnected chapters, where they are at like 25% of the volume of normal voices. And then you get into battles, and it's like 50% louder than outside of battles. And I get that it's supposed to be epic, but it's way too much. And it just kind of gets annoying. When these battle lines go off in the story, there'll be some super dark thing. Somebody's been murdered or some crazy, darkness is happening, and then Ochet just fucking belches and eats meat and says some stupid shit, or Throne says something really dumb right at the start of the fight. Just cut that stuff. Or you're killing somebody that's like, Hikari's friend or some shit, and then somebody says something goofy at the end. It's really dumb. And it's really easy to fix, surely. Just don't let the voice lines play in like certain fights that have like a lot of emotional moments. It's not a huge deal. I think the bigger problem with the voice lines is they just get really repetitive, and they're really just kind of goofy and corny. Like, oh, the scholar guy says he's calculating things. Like, it doesn't really add to his character. It makes him just seem like, like I said, almost a caricature of like some kind of character like him, right? He doesn't seem more like relatable because he mentioned his calculations when he's charging up, right? Like, I know he's a scholar. I'm not stupid. I know he's a scholar, right? Like, him being just more like simple and rational and logical kind of worked a bit better. Yeah, like thinking time and stuff. I think a lot of it's just the repetition and how loud they are. That, and I think the first battle song is not really as good as the ones that come after. I also think there's a lot of times where there's a lot of atmosphere in an area, and I wish they would just keep that music going and cut the battle music. This is not an SMT where there's like bazillions of battle songs and they really like vibe with the atmosphere, everything going on. Later, Chessmaster. Godspeed. We'll see if we see you around or not, but thanks for the chit chat. Yeah, I would say that this surpassed the first one for sure. In most ways, but I have the same problems I do, and this one is the first one. They're just not as heavy. Like I said, the first one is very sterile. The dungeoning is even more boring. While you can explore everything, there's not as cool areas, and it's fun of bosses to do or see. The sprite work's still fine, but there's not as much creativity there. The stories are a bit, because there's not as much variety of the kinds of characters, because it's more generic fantasy. They end up feeling a little samey at times, and they're like, just like this game, the writing's the execution of it all is just kind of whatever. The JP's harder to come by, the fights take a lot longer. Still decent, but yeah, this one improves on most of that. And what else is there? Story you could talk about all day. It's very interesting because, some of them end up good because they're just kind of their own little compartmentalized thing. how the overarching works, whether they need to be interconnected in any way. Just like raw execution, which is a lot harder to talk about than just the concept, right? Like when we already got into it a while back, where I said, Thrones was boring, but conceptually Thrones seems not boring, right? It's how they execute it that makes it boring to me. And that's something that I feel like you have to talk about for a while to really get the idea of. So we could talk for a while on the story, but I feel like we've kind of beaten the horse at this point, unless somebody wants to say something. But what else? Yeah, we kind of talked music, we talked art. Always a massive tenet of the game. I'm forgetting. Menus, UI. That might not be a big thing to most people, but this is a game that lives and breathes with a UI. It's a turn-based RPG. I still don't think it's very good. I don't think it kills it, but it's just very boring, right? It's just fucking like semi-transparent black with white text on it, and it'd be kind of cool if we went back to something a little less kind of boring and minimal in games. I like minimalism as much as it is providing some kind of utility for the game. But once it's finished providing, I feel like all the utility you need, right? Like, you can see everything very well, and the HUD's only there as much as you need it if it's like an art kind of game. I feel like at that point, put some style on it, Jesus Christ. It's also still the exact same HUD or menu setup with the accessories and shit, and I thought that was really annoying. I didn't even want to like equip my gear half the time because it's just a bitch to like go through all the accessories and pick them out. Let me just favorite them. Let me like filter by stats. You get so many pieces of gear in this game. It's insane that the menus are still kind of shitty. Oh yeah, the path action. See, I almost forgot. I think the path action system sucks, man. I think it sucks. It's there to provide a little bit of interactivity with the world and a little bit of like identity to the characters and stuff. I find it to be tedious. I think when they shove it into the story, only in Partitio's did I like it, because you bought the thing from him. Was it cool? I think conceptually it's fine. If you use them more naturally and you kind of just had the players' agency and stuff kind of help you figure out when to use it as a tool, and like maybe this side quest you kind of need to use like more merchant-y types of abilities to help you engage with the world. But I don't think the world's very receptive to everything, right? You beat somebody up, it doesn't really change the world around you. They're just fine, right? You mug them, it's just fine. It's literally just walking in and just going through checklists, and sometimes you have to do like long battles to knock the checklists off, and you don't have to play with the system that much. But side quests are going to be more annoying. You're not going to get a lot of your best loot, your battle tested stuff, and a lot of your other loot is from taking it from people. I think it's just too tedious. It was tedious in the first game, and it's still just as tedious in this. I think it's less tedious because you can go night and day, which I think is a cool mechanic. I like it. You can see different people doing different things, different music, different visuals. I think it's really good. And it makes it a little less tedious with the path actions, but it's still just you going into a town. Oh, I gotta steal everything from everybody for 10 hours, and otherwise you're just gonna be worse off. And I think it could just be much more interesting. If you had it so that every party member was with you getting XP all the time, have certain NPCs only react to certain things, or have them kind of like the world change around you a bit more depending on what you're doing, more like immersive sim type of shit, it'd be fine. It feels like they're trying to do something like that, but they don't want to put in what would be a considerable amount of effort to actually have the world mold around like a system that's like an actual like fully fleshed out like path action system. Stuff like the summons and all that. I still think summons should just be infinite. I really like that the HUD changed, but I just don't even mess with the summons half the time. But there's enough people around, it's not a big deal. But yeah, I would like to see the path actions just gone in the next one, or heavily reworked and thought about in a deeper way. Like I said, if the side quests were better and you used path actions in a way that was a bit more contextual with like the stories and the environments and stuff, be fine. They try to do that in some of the main story shit where you have to walk up and ambush people. But it just comes across as goofy. And in the stories, it tends to be like oop, you need to, knock this guy out, and it's like this big emotional moment, and then you walk up to him. Oh yeah, like when Throne has to like take the fucking key from the guy. You walk up to him, go through like 3 soulless menus, click over, and then click steal key, and it's just fucking lame, right? It's not cool for story. It's only cool for Partitio, I would say. Otherwise, it's just fine at best. So. But that's me. I don't know. Some people probably love the path action, so they probably love going to town for 3 hours and mugging people forever. Yeah. Anyways, I did mention the day and night thing. I thought that was cool too. Some people are exclusive to day or night, so that it means you kind of have to play with certain path actions. But for the most part, you could kind of see people doing different things during the day and night. And sometimes the side quest will use that, and that's cool. I think the biggest thing with day and night is just the variety. It adds a little extra visual and sound variety into each area, right? Like, oh, you get a cool song here, but then you also get a cool song at night, and that kind of keeps it feeling fresh for longer. I think that's good. I think having certain debuffs and buffs appear at night and day, I don't like. It really worked for me. It made every random fight really easy, but it also meant like if I didn't do nighttime only, I would just take like 5 times as long in each fight. So half the time it was just nighttime, right? So I think that kind of shit, while it's interesting, I think it kind of pushes a playstyle that's keeping you or not letting you see everything the way you'd probably want. Because there was times I was like, oh, I was in Partitio's factory chapter, right? In Rock's factory. I was like, I kind of want to listen to the music here, but I don't really want to spend a long time on these fights, so I just didn't. I didn't get to hear the music and see the daytime all that often. I would still swap just to hear it a bit, but it's neat having the day and night time kind of feed into the gameplay, but when the game is so much about min-maxing and you're getting way better advantages at certain types of day, I think it kind of it ends up making some of the audio-visual stuff kind of get eclipsed in favor of gameplay. So I think those would need to be tuned up, but they're not bad overall. It's just hard to say no to an entire set of buffs, an entire set of debuffs, and enemies that have more XP at night. And it just saves you a lot of time. Anyways, that was path. That was a big thing. Path act. Right? Anything else? I think we're just straight into it. Yeah. Overall, though, battle lines and stuff, I don't think battle lines are always bad, but yeah, I think they're taken way too far. And it's a good way to make your game have way too much of a disconnect between battles and stories. Travel to every location on the map. What is the one I'm missing? It's probably like after the final boss or something, right? How many people even have this? Yeah, 3.8%. It's probably for beating the final. So there is a super boss in this, and I'm not going to be doing it because I'm tapped out. We're 90 hours in. I've had my fill. Let me get some music going. So yeah, I don't know. I guess overall, unless there's something else people want to chat about, I think overall I say I liked it. I don't love it. I don't even think I'd recommend this before like a lot of JRPGs, but I did have fun with it. I was very much on the fence about even playing this game. I was very like, I don't know if I really want to play this. That's why I'm playing it so late, as I said I wasn't going to, because the first one, and especially Triangle Strategy, got very old for me. But later on, I was like, I'm thinking about it. And then we had some people in here saying, maybe you should do it. It'd be fun to talk about. So I decided to do it. And so maybe my standards were, my expectations were low, which helped. But it ended up definitely surpassing my expectations. It was worth the time. It's just not a flawless thing, for sure. I didn't talk probably as much about some of the positives. They're not super varied. Just with the positives that are there, just enough. I did talk positives. Fuck that, I did talk positives. Yeah, the soundtrack does a lot of lifting. Absolutely. I really... A lot of the emotional moments tend to be coupled with good music. A lot of the exploration has good music, which was the best parts of the game. As soon as I stopped exploring, after like 50 hours or 55 hours, I absolutely lost a lot of engagement with the game. The stories are not as great. It's just like the general just rolling around. I also felt like shit last couple days a bit. There wasn't a lot of talk about a lot of the stories too, because we're just like fucking just dead, man. I would have done all the side stories, but I gotta finish this final super boss. What is this? Defeat the netherworldly threat. Super boss. Imagine being 0.3% of people who beat the super boss but didn't do the rest of the side stories. I guess a lot of the side stories are pretty boring. And all records. 4 townspeople. Soothed or knocked out 100 people. Well, if I beat the side boss, I could just have it all if I wanted. But I don't really care. Oh wait, I could still do that. Forgot I can just beat the game easily, which is really nice. I really like that feature. I haven't used it much. It's good for streaming, I guess, chit chat. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. I guess that's it overall. Definitely worth the time. It was a long game. Long game, but I still feel like the stories didn't have enough time spent on them. They're still a little too quick. It's funny because something like Live Alive nails what it's trying to do with a lot of its stories. Well, some of them are about gameplay. Some of them are about exploration. Some of them are about actual stories. But the point is that game is like half the time of this game. And I feel like it gets across what it wants a lot better. It also doesn't have like dungeons and stuff. You're running around exploring and all that, which is about half of this game. So I should compare it on that front. I mean, I will say, yeah, Live Alive's way better than this, but and it's like 30 years old. I think the thing with Live Alive is it is just hyper focused on the creativity angle. There are 8 very separate stories, and a lot of the time in the gameplay, sometimes in the music, especially in the tone and the visuals. And they just kind of like own that. They go like really hard on it. In this, it feels like they try to bite off a lot of different things, but they don't have that like laser focus. And then they end up with a lot of sloppy stuff. Yeah, it was good overall though. I think it was worth playing, but yeah. Next up, I did not get the Trails game in the mail. For 4.5 hours in a day. I probably have time to start another game. I'm gonna look around and see about that. Wouldn't start something long. It would just be something that would last us into tomorrow. I might do like a short VN. Maybe do Scars of the Doll. Maybe I'll just do a little thing. Maybe I'll just relax. I don't know. We'll see. I've been streaming pretty fucking hard. Last months. In the last few days, I think I had like 2 hours a day max where I've like not streaming, and then usually I'm staying up for like 20 plus hours. The System Shock remake comes out 2 or 3 months, so I don't need to play the original right away, but I could. We could do RE4 if I was feeling it. I kind of want to do RE4 like right before the remake, but maybe I should just do it now because I have time. Comfy Columba. With that backlog, man. Columba's always good, but if I started Columba now, that'd be the whole day. I'd be doing Columba. I got time to do some more stream stuff. If this was like 8 or 9 hours in, I'd probably do Columba. I wish we had Phoenix Stella. Start that. I'd go through that. I could delay Trails a day or two, right? But I do not. I was gonna rent that next, but I might get the Bayonetta Origins game in first if I get lucky and they send it today. I did finish this in time. We'll see. I'm gonna look around a bit. Maybe there's a few little Game Pass things we could get through. We could do that Road 96 story game. Laugh at some story shit. It might be good though. I mean, it's supposed to be fine. Oh, we'll see. Whew. Clap. Didn't mean to clap that loud. I don't know which of these were good. Anywho, yeah, I'm gonna turn the stream off for now. Thank you for watching. I might grab like a little snack, or maybe I'll make some tofu and rice if I'm feeling crazy, or not. Wish the store was open. I go to the store right now. Anyway, keep tuned in. I guess I might start something else. I've got plenty to do. Need to decide if I want to do something that's going to take just tonight or do a couple day thing, but probably do something because the next game's going to be another 50-60 hour JRPG, so I'm looking forward to. First Crossbell had really good writing for the kind of game it is and for what it's trying to pull off. It was very comfy, well written characters in a good world, so second one's supposed to be just as good, if not better. That'll be nice. That's what we'll be doing. But that's if I get it in the mail tomorrow, which I really should. They sent it like last week, but I thought for sure I'd have it now and I would just start it immediately. That mail, man, I'm telling you. Yeah, that eternal backlog. I don't know. Maybe we'll do something short and then follow it up with the show, or maybe something long and we'll delay Trails another day. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later. Could be a little bit, could be a lot of it. Keep that eye out Discord just in case. But if we watch anything, I'll warn everybody. So. Could start JoJo. I've been meaning to do that JoJo season. But I might not do that. Yep, thanks for hanging out. Anybody who watched Octopath for so much of the game, I really appreciate you. We had some new people in here chit-chatting, which was good. I know it was probably not the most glowing, loving playthrough of the game.